Yo, what is going on, guys? How has everyone's weekend been? How has everyone's Sunday? Whether you're starting the Sunday or whether you're coming to an end of the Sunday like me, my Sunday's been pretty good. Went and see the new Conjuring movie this evening. Very, very good movie. If you're into that universe. How's Havoc? Welcome on in, mate. We're going to get straight into it anyway. Carry on testing this build out. I have changed to 4-piece Barons and only 2-piece Mountebanks, so we'll see how that goes. Failed to match. Fair. Here we go. See how the matches go tonight. See what my MM is like. What is it going to be like? Are we going to get all whale matches, or are we going to have some matches that are easy to win? Keep us in that top 10. Might be alright. We'll see. They got a few high people on their side. See how it goes. Let's get straight into it. Got a couple of the Entropians in here. I actually put it in front of him, that Dark Curse, and I'm thinking he was going to go ahead of me. He didn't. Alex, how's it going? How has your Sunday been, Alex? Have you still been playing this build? I haven't had a chance to play anything today. I've been very busy all day. Not too bad, Visual and BG. Nice. Or Spirits, how's it going? I went out live early today. Yeah, I just got on and thought, why not go live? What, 5 minutes early, maybe 10 minutes early? They might get a push on this right side now if they get left alone by these druids. We'll play some matches like this, and then we're going to play some matches of the Necro. Man, I cannot do anything. Yeah, I've been running hold formation as well. Nothing here. How's it going? Rip. Hey, Prax. Welcome on in, man. It's going to be rough first few matches, I think. Team's back here. Look. What's my team doing? Let's go this side. Let's go. Everything good? Just about to ask where I'm a Sunday stream. I went live a little bit early, man. Man, I cannot do anything against this team, even with this build. Just too much damage by this guy. Everything's good, man. Everything's good. Oh, I got all three of them in a stun there. Silence them all. Yeah, I was watching a bit of Indez's stream before I come on and see him doing a tier list for all rezo. I don't really understand how you can do a tier list for all rezo though. Especially in this current shield meta, it's very difficult. Yeah, I did sacrifice a bit. I'm like 5.4k resi now. I definitely don't agree with where Indez placed Necro though. I would say the Necro, once you get above 3.5, you're finding it very difficult against this shield now. Yeah, I think Indez placed Necro in A tier. I would say more like B tier, possibly even C tier, depending on what your rating is, right? I definitely wouldn't put Necros in an A tier situation at this moment in time. We got the longest control duration. Woo. I go over 6k pot as well though, Alex, and I wouldn't put it as an A tier. I would say Necro is B plus at very best. I would agree with Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is, you know, I can't say like at all reso those. All reso, I wouldn't be able to kind of rate them. I don't think you can do an all reso. You can't really do an all resistant or all reso tier list. You just can't. In a game like this, you can't do an all reso tier list, and that's why I don't like really doing. I wouldn't want to do a class tier list. We're going to do some more dot recos tonight. I'm going to do a couple of more matches like this, and then we'll go back to dot necro. Yeah, the Raven essence is what makes Druid strong. Like for me though, when you do a tier list, right? A tier list, if you want to do it as a broad thing, shouldn't be all resos, right? It should be based on maybe 3k reso, 3,500 reso. That's what it should be based on, because that's where I think the average people sit, right? I'm not surprised, Spirus. Not surprised. What secondaries? If I can ask. Mainly the pot. What's the pot like? $8.5k pot. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And 10k resi. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do this match and then we'll go back to go back to not direct and see what we can do. I have increased my damage to shields, so that may help a little bit, but I don't think it's going to help much. Yeah, you can't do a massacres the enemy in ESDH. Yeah, you can't do a tier list based on all resos. It just can't be done. Man, look at this. Look, stun straight away. If you're gonna do a tier list that's based on all classes, you should say right. I'll do it based on the average player, right? On the average. So if you did it on like 3k reso. Nothing to save me. And that's what I'm finding with this build. There's nothing to save me. I don't feel... With a dot negro, I think you can stay up a lot longer. I think this is the issue I've been having with this build. It's good in certain situations, but I think like the team doesn't play as a team. Like one guy is this side, now he's dead. One guy was this side and he's still alive. What I noticed when I changed my gem setup for full dot necro, like I took out my Spectre for Torment and my Fervent Misery, and also in BSA for Vipers, I do much less damage. And yeah, you have to balance it. Rip. Yeah, you're relying too much on your teammates with a support build, and that's what I'm finding at this last few matches I've had. Even when I was playing this off stream, I like the build. Fabio, how's it go? I do like the build, don't get me wrong, but I can't remember what setup I had in mind. Nothing. We'll have to check. We'll do this match and we'll go and have a look. But look, I get up there and I can try and play stuff. My team are nowhere to be seen because they're all dead, and I just can't make a difference. And that is the same in every match. Oh, for sure not yet. It's definitely not video worthy yet. This isn't. On paper, the build seems really good, to be honest, but when it comes into practice, you're relying heavily too much on a lot of factors, like being able to land that silly little dark curse that we have in this build. Look at this. Look how small this is. That's what she said. Like, this just doesn't feel like I'm constantly having to run from this dude. I can't do shit. I've got no way of saving myself. And then when I do get to do something, I do it and then I die instantly. Yeah, Dark Curse. This Dark Curse skill needs to have its size increased. Or there needs to be an essence which literally states your Dark Curse size is increased by 50%. Like, what is that? Look, that's stun. That's all that guy's doing. Stun, then everyone else kills me. So yeah, we'll keep the build on the armory, but I just don't think it's ready for anything yet. Whether it works early on, but then I think your DPS builds are going to be far much more useful early on, right? So I really want to get up here then and just be like, get a fear in. I want to be with my teammates. I don't want to be away from my teammates. I have to be with my teammates because of what's it called, right? Because of the Paragon. And I've tried this with all sorts of gem setup as well. I've tried this with damage setups. I've tried it with defensive setups. Numerous different ways. But look, I put it all. I got them all. And now I have to get away. I got stunned and now I'm dead. That's literally all it is. I just don't see a way. It's a gamble switching between support and dot. Yeah. I just personally think at this moment in time, the way this is there's just not. You can't do enough with it to be a full-on support. The dash classes, yeah, because they get to you back to you too quickly, right? So let's cancel that. Let's go armory. Let's go here. Let's go this one. Okay, let's just have a look at the gems that I was taking. So we've got Blood-Soaked Jade. That's fine. We've got Colossus and Blood Flow. That's fine. What else did you say you took? You were swapping around enough? What I noticed when I changed my gem setup for her full dot damage, like I took out Spectre for Torment and my Fervent for Misery. So you think I could throw in a Misery here potentially then? Misery might be a good thing to put in, to be honest. Maybe even instead of this. Maybe Misery instead of Pain. Or maybe Misery instead of... Do I dare say this? Misery instead of Bottled. Misery instead of Bottled Hope. See, I'm thinking Pain class. Okay. You don't use Everlasting either. Everlasting is just really good in a dot build, right? If you're going to conflict crits, it's going to cause a lot of issues. I wish we could get more damage to shields, though. I wish there was literally a gem that said increased damage to shields. Because that would be well good. Everlasting Misery Viper is in your dot build now. Yeah. These three, and then you've got the dot from this, then you've got the dot from this, the dot from the legs, and then Grace doing some shit as well, right? What's that shield damage? 5 to 6% on each. I think I've got that on most now, apart from this one. I need to redo this one. I've got to do this one. I think I've got it on these 6 though. Yeah, I think I got it on these 6. Shield damage, look. I think I got about 25.5%, something like that. Gotta remember what build I am now. Just this guy. What the fuck? Good morning, Ava. Hello. When I tried Necro Control and I used the Teleport Wrath form, not sure how helpful for the build. The trouble is you have to use pants then, right? And the pants you want to use for that control build that we've been playing is cryptid, so you get rid of all beneficial effects on someone. Wow, that guy. And they've got rug as well, look. Ice, how's it going? I don't see the point in using agments in this build. I don't get it. This is a loss from the outset. They got two massive whales. An extra dot. Yeah, I get it. What am I supposed to do against Rug and his other guy, though? Literally cannot even do any damage to him. Look, immune. Dots do 0 damage. We got someone that's AFK as well, apparently. It's all good. I don't always get paired with Rug. Yeah, once you go above 3,500 rating, you can be paired with anyone. So you get paired with all the whales. Yeah, I use 4-piece agments in the other build, in my PvE builds. But if you're doing PvP, you should always use Grace because of that interrupt. But look, block. Oh, there's some damage. Can we do any more damage to these super high whales? No damage to Rug whatsoever. Literally zero damage to Rug. We'll have a look at his setup as well before we leave this one. I want to see what reso he's sitting at in his build currently. Because we just cannot go up against him and Denim. We cannot go up against him. Just not possible, right? And it's like another druid. Trouble is, Rug doesn't need to kill anyone because he's just tanky as fuck, right? So he will just hold that down and not allow us to go anywhere. This is like all of my matches right now, guys. Every single match I go into. Every single one. Well, I don't know how he was nailing it unless he was like super precise with it, because it's such a small thing that the cryptid is. And the thing is, with Blood Knights, literally, even if you get rid of their shield, they instantly put it back on them as well because 100% uptime. Well, you watch Rug's health look. Nothing. Oh, we actually done some damage to Rug there. I see some dots. So let's look at Rug. What? It must be bugged out, right? That's got probably because he left. But he's definitely bugged out there, right? I mean, because you can definitely see, like, can't even click him now. Look, oh, there we go. This is better. 9.8k resistance. Look. And he was running at 11.3. Block chance 20%. And then don't you just hate where you have to click on this? There you go. It's not in a set place, I'm pretty sure of that. Then this dude, 9k, look. 9k armor as well. Sitting at 13k resi. Like, if this, he was on my side and we couldn't do anything. 13k resi. Look at this match I was in, guys. Like what was I supposed to do? What was the poor little Necro supposed to do at, like, what am I at? 3.7 with that. What is one supposed to do? There's literally nothing you can do, right? There's nothing you can do as a Necro. You can't do anything. You got no defense against any of that. As soon as you reach 3.5k is when it happens. So I think, does it say it in here? There you go. As your Battleground score progresses, matchmaking will gradually place less emphasis on the overall power of your opponent and teammates, focusing primarily on Battleground score and rank. All you can do is stand there and take it. Exactly, Ava. Literally all you can do. And this is what I'm finding the problem with .necros are. Unless you're a real big whale .necro, middle of the ground .necro is having a tough time. Right, who we got this time round? Well, at least we haven't got no rug to go up against. I'm going to be having a look at the golem build this week. It's been a while since I visited the golem necro. Swipe credit card for 9k pot. It's really rough, man. That's brilliant, Ava. That is brilliant. Man, if I had like, even if I had an 8k pot, 7k pot, it would still be better. It still feel a lot smoother than what it does now, right? Against some of them whales. But at this moment in time, if I'm getting put in with whales that have got like 10k plus reso, as well as, you know, 8.5k upwards secondaries, there's just no hope. Just no hope. Wow, I thought I was going to get at least one of those down. But nope. No chance. Wow. He's got to have some high stats. He was just literally dead. Did you see it? It's like completely just utterly just gone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's about 11k. He's got to be. He's got some high secondaries as well, I'll tell you that. How's it going, No Weasel? Oh, they're going to bank the other side. Or not. Yeah, we've still got to go left. It was either they were just too close to booking it anyway, so. On your way home? On your way home and checking out the stream. It's always much appreciated, man. Although we're having a fucking hard time tonight. It's safe to say we're having a hard time tonight. I want to check out this guy's stats. Like 10k. Like, what is anyone that gets to like 4k plus gonna do against that, right? Just bullshit. Every match so far has been against Wales. And the trouble is, I think even Golem. I don't think we just can't generate enough shields as a Golem, as a Necro, right? And how can Necros be A tier at any reso, at any rank? The weekend special? Yeah. The weekend special. And every match has just been shit. But I can't say that I would say Necros are an A tier at any rank at this moment in time, or any reso above 3.5k rating. I just can't say it. Look. Which one, Dion? Another L? Yeah, probably. To build using corpse explosion, I can't see how that would be good in PvP, to be fair, even with the new essences. I'd need to have a look at it. This current meta, I can't see how a corpse explosion build would do any good. Who is using the Hilt of Realms? Not sure. I have seen it though. Necros are good for smurfing whales. 100% someone. Like, if you're higher stats, Necros is good. I just don't see like how Necros could be placed as an A tier for PvP across all rezos above 3,500 rating in PvP. Yeah, I'd agree with that statement, someone. I personally would say that Necros to me would be C tier, unless you have higher rating or higher reso and higher stats. Like, Necro was great up to a point. I was having a blast. And then the new essences come out. And I got above a certain rating. And then it just feels weak. I'll get the odd kill here and there. But it just feels weak. Yeah, I'd even, yeah, D tier. I'd be happy to say D tier. Yeah, I'm currently sitting at like 4.1 rating. Yeah, you're exactly right, someone. There's too many shields for dots to be effective. The shield meta makes dots very, very weak. Can't get away from this guy. He left me alone though. And our support builds are just very weak at this moment in time as well, personally. That's my personal opinion. Our support builds are very weak. I got one kill though, guys. 10 assists. But I would happily say now this shield meta is currently running, Necros would rank the very much the lowest on classes for me in PvP, which is mad. Yeah. We don't really have a viable build to take us above the 4K to a really good level. Some people may pull it off on certain things, but like, I'm doing damage, but there's just not enough of it. Lobby imbalancing in 10 days. You hope. Like, let's play how we used to play. Like, you go in, you do some dots, you run away, you go and get your cooldowns again, and you go in and you do the same again and you get out of the way. Go in. It's dead. Oh, it will pass. Yeah, for sure. The situation right now with Necros will pass. It's like dad got called out for playing favorites, so he's giving extra love to the other kids. But literally, it's the same whales I had in the last match. When did you put it on Discord? On Discord, Dion? When was that? Was that recently? Today? Ava, so true. Last week. I'll have to go back and have a look over the next few days. Oh, we got rug our side this time round. We might win. I mean, we've got rug on our side, but then they've got this guy on their side now, which I know has got big numbers. May see you in a fight soon. All right, man. Any shield class is just a direct counter. Nice. So if you got druids that are, you know, because they got their shields, like they're countering our dots. So we do completely like tons less damage, right? Just absolutely tons. We'll leave rug that side. A wall and raft build. A trouble is with full support builds at the moment, they're not necessary. People don't need support at the moment because everyone's got enough support because they've got their shields, right? It's just nerf the shield meta. I would agree with what Alex says. Like, all my dots didn't even get down his shield. Didn't even get down his shield. And I can't stand there and hard cast at him with my Soulfire as well. It's just not possible. Let's just try it. Let's try it. No. I don't think they need to necessarily nerf anything, but what they need to do is just say you can only stack certain shields. Or you can only have a maximum amount of shield, right? So let's say you can only have a maximum amount of shields of, say, 100,000. As a random number. I don't know what the actual numbers are, right? That is the other problem with walls. Walls are pointless. I would quite happy call it and say Necros are the worst class in PvP at this moment in time. That's just my opinion. People may have another opinion, but from my experience as a average Joe Necro, when it comes to stats, I would say that Necros are in a very, very bad position at this moment in time. Especially at a higher level. At a higher level. And look, they managed to push the other side though, look. Props to Rug. Yeah, not necessarily directly address the problem, just skirt around the problem. Props to Rug. Rug and the team on the left side. So if anyone asks, guys, where would you rate Necros in the current meta? Above 3,500 rating in BGs at any resto, or any reso, you would just say the bottom. Exactly, Norris. If you're below 3.5, you'll be fine. But when it comes to a video that will be coming out, I think obviously Indes was doing it as a video. I always say Wizards even in a better place than Necros at this moment in time. Support builds are not really necessary. I don't know how other people's opinions on that. Weasel. What are the chances, Weasel? What are the chances, bro? What build do you run anyway? So you're running the cryptid. Man, you must be having some good success with this. I see you put in a Crimson as well now. I do like the build. I just don't know. It just doesn't fit with me. Maybe. Stick with our buddy. I want to see how he plays it. Let's go. Kill him. This is fun though. Going one-on-one. Well, it was me and Weasel for a second there. Going up against this dude. Don't know what stats he's got, but he's got some high resistance. Avra, so brutal. It's all good though, man. It's all good. I don't mind. But Boris, you're right. It is sadness. Overcoming and adapt. I don't think there's any overcoming and adapt in this shield meta at this moment in time. The trouble is, like, you could go Golem, right? But Golem, compared to the other current tanks and the shield metas, doesn't really stand a chance. And that is the sad story behind it. Maybe in lower ranks for sure. Maybe try more damage. It's not really much more as a Necro you can really go and do as more damage, right? I mean, you could go a dot resolver build and swap the legs out for a dot and go dot resolver and see if that works out, maybe. But I just don't think that would. You then swap out Grace and go for Agments. Maybe there's something there, but even then I don't think you're going to do enough damage when it comes to the shields. But because you're resolving them, maybe that would create more of an issue. I'm not surprised though, Norspus. The druids melt a golem really quickly. You'll get away with that at lower ranks. Nothing. The only reason you want Grace is to stop the bandaging. Really is it, and because it procs off of every dot tick, right? Yeah, which leaves nothing for Necro. Leaves literally nothing for Necro. Someone lower rank, lower reso. Sad day for Necro. Once you get above 3.5, you're fucked. Took our pants and now this. I've been debating it. If you can't beat him, join him, right? Yeah, over 3.5 is a completely different game. Like over 3.5 rating, and I'm running 3.7k reso with only 6k pot is rough. I need a visa, friend. Oh, so here we got Rug. We got 2 of the legs. Catches on the other side. Oh man, I'm against Weasel this time round. Good luck, man. I agree, Omi. Being a Legends also changes the game for you with the ratings, so you will be matched higher res over secondaries. Yep. It's going to be a rough one, Weasel, for sure. I think a lot of people, like, from what you said there, A-Train, a lot of people don't realize how much the game does change once you get above that 3,500 rating. And you just get put into the mix with everyone. Yeah, I've got to get my resistance up a lot more. That's for sure. Something that I'm going to work on. But cheers, man. I appreciate the nice comments. We are fleas to some of them, lol. We really are. Like, I think even something that's smaller than a flea. Because they literally just walk. Well, no, leave me alone. You can see I'm going to heal up. You don't need to kill me for any reason whatsoever. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be potency resistance for Necros at this moment in time, because you want to resist of a Necros, right? But armor is really like, what is everyone's opinion on armor at this moment in time? Let's get a chat opinion. Chat, what is everyone's opinion on armor at this moment in time? So you're saying pot, resi, the best PvP stat, armor? Exactly, A-Train. Secondary gems are kind of hard to say what is best due to the fact that you cannot predict what lobby you end up in. No, that's true. It does matter a lot per game as well, right? But armor is weird now. Like everyone is backing away from armor simply because of the way it works. And like you just said, A-Train, because crits can't be blocked, thus reducing its importance by a fuck ton. And if you actually go and read the description of what it says and the way it actually works and the way it's always worked, it doesn't work like we all thought it worked, because it had to be reworded. It makes it that much more important to reduce as much damage as possible. Yeah, but it doesn't read that way, right? It literally says armor only reduces damage when blocking. Doesn't say it reduces damage at all time, right? It only says when blocking. When blocking. We'll read it in a second. We'll read it in a second and see actually how it reads, right? Try and understand it together. Because armor is just fucking weird. You can't take less damage from a crit. Yeah, because crits cannot be blocked. If we go by the way it reads in the tooltip, which they've just reworded because it was wrong. We'll go through them in a second. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird. If you go by what the tooltip said, it's fucking weird. So let's just cancel that. So let's go read what armor says. Compared against enemy armor penetration, your armor is 672 higher than expected for your level in your current activity and difficulty, increasing your damage reduction from blocking by 16% from a base reduction of 50%. Okay. Ignores some enemy armor and increases critical hit damage. Your armor pen is 1367 higher than expected for your level in your current activity and difficulty, increasing your critical hit damage by 53% from a baseline of double damage. And when you take off armor gems, right? So let's take away some armor, right? So let's take away some armor. Where's some armor? Here we go. Let's just remove it. Let's remove these two. Okay, so now we're under, right? So now at the bottom, it literally says, and increasing enemy crit hit damage by 41%. So you can't be under. Read block chance. Increases the chance to block all damage from an enemy attack, but will never block critical hits. None of it makes any sense, guys. None of it is clear, right? Like, how the fuck is a new player supposed to understand that? It just none of it makes any sense. None of it. So now I'm above again. Increasing your damage reduction from blocking by 16%. You're not supposed to understand it. Like, what is it? What even? Chance to block all damage. Yeah, like, what does that even mean? You've got a 20% chance to block all damage from an enemy attack, but you will never block crits. Insert credit card and you will learn. But it works the same way if you're against a player. It's not just versus mobs. It works exactly the way it reads against players. Yeah, if your stats are against his, so yeah, you know, so basically it will work the same way, right? If someone's armor pen is higher than my armor, they're gonna do more damage. But you can't block criticals, so it doesn't matter how much you know armor you have. You're never gonna block. You can't block these criticals, right? So, but armor only. It's just. It's just messed up. It's just messed up. Like the debate for armor pen and all of that is just, and block chance is all just weird. Like to me, block chance should mean that you have a chance to block damage, right? Just damage. But you can never block a critical hit, which is fine. I understand that. I can understand that completely. But when it comes to armor, increasing your damage reduction from blocking by 16%. I mean, you know, we should balance. You should have armor for sure. We need armor, but how it works, who knows? Who knows? Like if someone can explain it in the simplest terms, it would be great. But who knows, right? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Does Blizzard even know? Like, to me, armor should simply say... No worries on me, take care. We cannot block a crit. We can mitigate the crit damage percentage, but by fractions of an amount. Yeah, but it doesn't say just melee attacks. Does it? It doesn't state just melee attacks, right? This just says all damage. Block all damage from an enemy attack. All damage. It doesn't say this just blocks melee damage. I understand that it's like that in some games. Massive inconsistency. Does blocking normal attacks mean 0 damage or what? Because armor tells a different story. I would only expect it to be melee as well, because it's like that in other games, Havoc. Not disagreeing with you 100%. But I really think we need as players. Oh, Nora's in the enemy side. Good luck. I really think they need to explain it better. Armor penetration only does critical attacks, which you cannot block. Yeah. I just think it needs, even in its current form, all of them stats need a better explanation. Because they are, like, for a new player, like, imagine how confusing it's going to be for a new player to understand it. Like, to all you guys in the chat, if a new player came up to you and said, explain to me in the most simplest terms, how does armor pen, armor blocking work? What would your answer be? I know what the answer should be. Exactly, Norshverse. If that's how it works, why can't they just state that? Like, armor literally should state then that it only protects you from melee attacks, right? That's what it should state, if that is the way it works. No, I know. I went against him earlier, Nor. It's awful. I'm a partner now. Go poke him. I think I might have to, because like we can't agree on how it all works, right? For players in Legend and sub 6 to 7k reso block is completely useless. This is for anyone who finds their health bar being depleted in seconds. Those are crits and only gets worse as you climb. Yeah. Because you can't block the crits. Makes sense. I would agree with your A-Train. That is what I would actually come out and say. Focus on resistance because of the meta as currently. There's a lot of dots going around. I also want to say that 90% of programs are usually autistic dyslexic, so a lot of descriptions are usually messed up due to this fact. It wasn't me. But what can you do against crits and deplete your health bar? Maybe damage reduction. I mean, yeah. But does that even work the way it's supposed to? Ask for another question. damage reduction would have a cap of some sort. Also, defense gems don't even work if you don't have any block chance, because you need to be able to block to be able to defend. Yeah, exactly, Havoc. So that makes it even more confusing, right? Because if you don't have any block chance, then your armor gems become pointless. And that goes back to my original argument about, is armor a worthwhile stat? You believe it's got an 80% on the damage reduction? Yeah, I think it's probably going to be something like around about that. Don't know if anyone's ever got to that full 80%, right? Probably have. Armor pen causes critical hit damage that are what need crit hit chance. And also armor pen should be higher than the enemy armor, because then your armor pen will not cause critical hit damage to 0. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but it's recently been changed, right? Because Orof and VK, I think them two did the videos about it, right? And they got it changed. Does anyone still have like a screenshot of what it used to be? I'd have to go back on their videos and find out. Because even now, it doesn't make any sense. It still has everyone's head scratching. Like, armor, do we need armor? We obviously want armor. Armor is a good stat. It sounds like a good stat. It should be a good stat. But if it's only going to be useful if we've got block, and only work if we've got some block, exactly. But the blocking part is still wrong. Yeah. Like the way that reads. Increasing your damage reduction by blocking by 19% from a base reduction of 50. But here that should say increasing your damage reduction by blocking by 19% from a base reduction of 50%. So that means we've got a 50% anyway, right? A natural block, right? Yeah. Is that the way it reads? And that increases it by another 19%. I think until you don't have a decent high. I think until you have decent high reso, as that's supposed to be, you do need armor, but not that much, because until you get matched with high reso enemies, your armor just goes to charity. Yeah. Fucking being chased down. Bye, iPad. Bye. No, but that's what it's supposed to be, right? From what it reads, it shows us that we've got a 50% kind of base block chance, and then armor increases that by the percentage it shows based on how much armor you have. So really and truthfully, currently I should have a 69 giggity percent base block chance to block all damage from only melee attacks. Is that correct? But because everything is going to be like, a lot of things are critical hits, block becomes pointless because you can't block criticals. Is it worth to buy legendary runes for platinum? Yeah, if you want runes, just buy them. But that's how it reads, right, Adrian? Like, your armor increases your block chance from a base of 50%, but your block chance cannot block critical hits, which most people will be getting critical hits on you, so you're never gonna, you know, what's the point in armor? That makes armor much more useless in every aspect. I will have a look at the build. I did see you tag me in it, Dion. I will have a look at it. I'm on the same page as you. One thing I've had to realize is so much of the description is for PvE. Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to factor in strife as well. Yeah. I'd love for them to confirm that the blocking really hits thing. I think then the whole situation would make much more sense. If it's only based on melee hits and you can't block spells, then I don't know. I don't know how can spells not be, and then what is classed as a spell? Yeah, I don't think, like, I understand where Havoc's coming from with it, and I know most games work that way, but like, does it work that way in this game? That would be nice confirmation to have. Because it just says, it just bases everything on all damage, right? Your play is much more intentional than mine. I'm absolutely too aggressive. Yeah, I've learned with the dot build, you have to be very intentional with it. You can still play aggressively, don't get me wrong, but you do have to watch it. Yeah, definitely, Adrian. But we do need an explanation about the Millie situation. I will have to go back and re-watch some videos before I ask the questions, just to make sure the answers haven't already been made. But need to make some sense of the whole armor situation, because it's bugged me for a little while. Definitely bugged me for a little while, because I'm always having that moment like, do I want it? Do I not want it? Do I have too much of it? Do I not have enough of it? You know, what matters? On that note, we're done with that. I need to go be right back a second. And then we're going to do some... I think I've got a couple of things I need to do tonight. We'll probably end up streaming for a bit longer than normal, even though I've got to be up early in the morning. Be right back. What did I miss? Necros just don't have the speed and resistance to make absolutely formidable yeah, I agree. It's definitely at this moment in time. You're on point right now, man, but once they changed the Necro part and gift essence and never gave a clear description, yeah. You're not wrong. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to... Definitely need to do Verge, I think. I will look at the Golem build. Man, he filled that pie up well quick. Let's go. Verge. But I don't think the Golem build is going to be... Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a great success. I see a few people playing it now, but still not many. Man, no one to do Verge. Should have done Verge days ago. It was Golem, I remember, yeah. It was a Golem build. The idol pusher. But I think there's just... I think you just don't have enough shields as Golem compared to other classes. You just get zerged down. I really do think you just get absolutely rinsed. Verge +2, let's go. Where was it? Someone just asked Verge +2. Make leader, go. But to be fair, that was before the nerf on Wraithform. Because before, even if you use Wraithform with the idol, you still... Yeah, it's so bad now you can't do it. I mean, it's a good thing, right? But it's also, you know, a bad thing. Being completely kind of, you know, invulnerable and being able to move the idol just seems far too OP. Is this guy inviting people or not? Did he just stop? He's not going to invite people. I'll leave this one. Come on, mate. Wake up. Yeah, they nerfed it. But they nerfed it because of BKs, even though Necros were the ones abusing it. Yeah. Necros are the favorite. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know if I can agree with Necros being the favorites anymore. We had part and gift nerfed, and then we had the pants nerfed. Yeah. Bold Hope does stack with passive. Two of us should be able to do 2k, hopefully. You just got a 3 out of 5, Bottled Hope. Nice. What rank can you get it to, though? That's the biggest question, because it really gets special when you get to, like, rank 5 and 6. Keep me in the background while you make breakfast. Nice saver. Get these done. Hopefully I'll get all my gems done. Then do some TRs. Probably stream. It's time now. Probably got 2 more hours I should expect. You didn't use it right now because I already hit 4 out of 5. Oh, I see. Yeah. That's the thing with Bottled Hope. It's a really good gem, but just needs to be a certain rank to use it. You would have to test it. Oh, really, Nora? I'll have a look in a second. And we'll get 2k with the boss. That's all good. Just takes a little bit longer. With only 2 of us. Shame. Oh, let's get comfy. We're going to be in this for a long haul. Bold Hope, you sold 4 out of 5 and a 5 out of 5 because wizards really don't have a lot of buff skills when the game first launched. I didn't find it necessary. I suppose I've always just been I've always liked Bold Hope being a Necro because of summons, right? And using the right skills together does give you a double dip on damage from Bold Hope. So you love the build that I'm running, especially with mages. Never tried this with mages. Just find that summons lag behind when you're doing a build like this. Oh, we're easily going to blitz 2k here. Easily. Look at all these. Look at all these. Wow. Done and done. It looks so comfortable, Nora. Apparently, when I ran out of the room a minute ago and went to the loo, one of the cats is sleeping on the end of the bed while my missus was watching some TV. And because I opened the door quite quickly, I woke one of the cats up. She knows how it feels now. Seeping Ball's such a bad gem. Good at launch, so bad now. If you've got it as a high level gem already, then yeah, it's still good. But if you get a Seeping Ball drop now, should have gone the other way. There's 3 of us this side. Didn't realize there's 3 of us this side now. Oh, nothing here popping up. On Twitch as well. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's definitely a Shelvet one, isn't it, at the moment? A memory foam bed and an orthopedic pillow for your dog. Holy shit, that is a sport dog. Oh, it probably will be, man. Probably will be. You just found the Twitch channel. I always have it up. I think I'm like, what? Is that 83 followers now on Twitch? I think you must be the 83rd. No, Nora. No, no. I didn't want to switch loadout. If you have, then everyone else has or has to. Vipers is good in PvP. In PvE, Vipers is a damage loss. Just going to put that out there. In almost every scenario, Vipers in PvE is a damage loss. Same with seeping. In a PvP build, it would be a damage loss. You don't want it in a PvE build. I would say that on any class, to be honest. You gotta think about it, it just doesn't provide anything, does it? You know, it provides a dot and that's it. Picking on your poor seeping. The issue is, like, I mean, if you got this high reso, then yeah, the reso might count for something. But it doesn't do any like damage multiplication, right? You want to increase the damage. So when you add in a dot gem to a PvE build, even into a dot resolver build, just gain nothing. Gain nothing. In theory, on paper, as its base level, Berserker's Eye will do more damage than the Seeping Bar, right? Yeah, only speaking PvP, to be clear, then yeah, the dot gems are good. But the amount of people I see talking about dot gems and like having them in PvE as well, because they only use that one set of gems, right? Because maybe they're a low spender or for whatever reason. You heard that Mana Flux is where it's at? Yeah, you're right, Adrian. 100%. Mana Flux. What? Such a bad gem. Such a bad gem. Whatever the next event they do is, they better have a good gem. Like the event gems like that, which are limited time, should always be a good gem. Because they're limited time, right? They won't come back. They won't ever come back. I don't think they will ever do something to make them come back. They're definitely like one and gone, right? My head still hurts from talking about armor, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the event gems, like if they're going to do like twice yearly events, maybe every event gem should just be broken as fuck. They hope we're going to forget it. You're probably right, Adrian. I personally think the best gem we've had out of all the events so far is probably going to be... Now, it's hard. It's a hard one, this one is, because we've had two good events that had gems, right? We had Crimson, and then we had Mornskull. And one's really good for PvP, and one's really good for PvE. So I think we've had a good mix. They really did mess up with the Hearthstone gem, to be honest. The issue with seeing bar on dungeons and raids comes from the secondary effect. If bosses could also be slowed, then it would be useful against maybe, but I even think then you still have more damage from other things. You're mad because you missed the Morn Skull event. I'd be mad at that as well. Trouble is, bosses don't get affected by a lot of things. Which is good. Raid bosses shouldn't be affected by certain things, right? For raids. The lack of Morn skill is criminal. No, I think it's good that they're limited time only and they won't come back. From what we know that they won't be coming back. You scrapped your R9 Morn Skull. Oh man, was that accidental, Weasel? Please tell me that was accidental.
Welcome, ally.
Please tell me that was accidental, man. You got it to rank 10? Yeah, I got mine to rank 10 very, 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 very quickly. Hello, English friend. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's absolutely fine, man. How are you? It was accidental as well. Oh, man. And then you realize and it was like, fuck. That must be rough. The end winner set has an effect for bosses. It does. Yep. But things like loss of control doesn't work, right? Against raid bosses. You had a brain fart of biblical proportions. It's just such a good gem to have in PvE when you're doing farming. Like dungeons and overworld farming, Dirge, all of that is really, really good. Oh, Ava, I skipped over that question completely. I said hello, but I wasn't going to entertain the question. Have I thought about playing Diablo 4? I mean, maybe sometime we could. You're still saving all your Tilok fragments in time to get this? Yeah. I should really start saving mine. Yep, A-Train, you're 100% right. They can't really do much because lawsuits. Because real money's involved. At least you'd had learned the story of Diablo. D4 is alright. It's had some good updates, but I mean, I'd like to find another game that, you know, I can do content on as well for my second channel. Next year, maybe that will happen. As long as I can get my reduction in hours from work by a day each week, then potentially I can do then more content for Diablo, more and content for my new channel, depending on what games come out in 26. About rubies, do you guys ever think Blizzard or NetEase will rework rubies because they give low amount of value? I hope eventually. I'm hoping eventually they do bring up like gems that are like mixed gems. Man, am I going to be able to get back there? YOLO. A mixed gem would be how they fix that issue, right? Like 2 stats. Double stat of gems. So have like, I don't know what the mix would be, but say potency and armor as a mix. I can't remember what they said the mix was be when they were talking about that, and it was like leaked, right? That was a thing in the past for people that have been around that long. It would be cool. And this guy DCs every time, look. Slowing us down. It was, yeah, it was gem fusing. Did they class it as fusing? I can't remember what they said now, what it was called. Maybe it was gem fusing. 3 for 1 random. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, put in 3 rubies, get 1 ruby out. You thought you could get rid of the rubies. They could call that like gem transmutation, right? That would be a transmutation where you can transmute an amount of gems into another gem. But they would have to have like, what they would most probably do is they'd say like, give us 50 of them gems plus some sort of crafting material. And we'll give you 25 of another gem, maybe. It'd be something crazy like that. We know we're going to get more sockets at some point, right? When it comes to gem slots. There will be more gem slots happen. That's without a shadow of a doubt. It's their main bread and butter of money. Without added gem slots, the money starts to be less income, right? Eventually. No, it's not what everyone wants. But it's just something that will probably happen. There's a higher chance of that happening than anything else, I think, in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if we had it by the end of the year, really. Or at least in the next, say, 9 months, I wouldn't be surprised if we had another gem slot. Or 2. I see ancient gear coming across all of the gear, right? Eventually. Or something to that extent. And then they'll go something like Primal Ancient. Just like they did with D3 maybe. And Primal Ancient will be 100% rolled perfect max stats every time. Oh dear. I have not even looked on to see how many rubies are selling on the marketplace at this moment in time. I think the last time I see it was like 15,000. I was anticipating a second piece once I8 server power come around. Find it weird that we're crafting the same piece again. This is what I think, what I said in my video about ancient helms. They should have been done in a way so i7 helm you craft, right? And that is the only helm you need to craft. Not even call it, not even give it a kind of a difficulty rating. Like, it's just the ancient helm. And then as you progressively get the shards, the fragments, or whatever you want to call them, you actually upgrade that helm would have been better. So you'd only ever have that one helm that you craft if that's the one you ever wanted. By all means, craft more. But you'd be able to upgrade that through into Hell 8, I9 and I10, you know, whatever difficulty we're going to. You just keep upgrading that one piece to feel that progression. There's been a lot of issues with people breaking helms. But that would be a better progression system to me, like being able to collect a resource where you always upgrade that piece that you crafted. So you'll be like, oh man, I get to upgrade that by another bit this week. Yes. Sense of progression. And to me, it shouldn't have been called just an ancient legendary. It should have been called something else. It should have been called, like, you know, unique, right? A unique helm. Maybe had it so it was like you could have, like, I don't know, maybe the unique helm could have had any essence equipped on it. You know, they could have done a lot more with it. They could have done a lot more with it, but we always like to speculate and kind of discuss what could have been, right? And from a player's point of view, talking about stuff like this and what they could have done or should have done, we come up with some great ideas. They should have had like ancient gear they had in D3, right? And they had primal ancient gear in D3 as well. So you had ancient gear, which was, you know, fairly good rolls, and you had primal ancient gear, which was very good rolls. And you would get a primal gear drop in probably one in every, say, 100 legendaries, maybe even more than that, whatever the percentage was. But then if you had extra things that you could craft, they should have been called uniques, right? Uniques would have been a good thing to call them. You know, unique helm, unique. You could do a unique for every piece. Unique helm, unique shoulders, unique chest, and then you could only wear one unique maybe, and that unique would have like a super good essence on it, which you couldn't get from any other piece of gear. It would have really good stats. It would just be, and you could always upgrade that unique to the next difficulty if you wanted to. There could have been so many aspects they could have took that. I think it would just been better. That is exactly it. Nothing. There's like, the grind is one thing, but when you've got nothing to grind for, to have that progression, what's the point? And that's why giving players a sense of progression is always a good thing to do. What you grind is locked behind a paywall, to some extent, I suppose. You know, the only thing we grind in this game now, right, is normal gems. Most of us. I would probably say, is progression and FOMO the same thing? I mean, in some extent, some examples it could be. But I think if you're talking about a game like, say, Diablo, for instance, it's got both aspects to the game, right? So progression is one thing that you want to see. You want to feel yourself getting stronger all of the time, right? So that is your progression. Now, the FOMO part of it comes to the front of the mind when you think about being locked on it weekly. So if that progression, let's say, for instance, you need to get 100 of a thing to upgrade an item. If that progression is linked to only saying being able to cap 25 per week, then that FOMO then hits in, doesn't it? Because you can only cap at that. You need to do it every week to get the same level as progression as, say, your friend or your clan mate or your warband mate. You know, you see that fear of missing out then becomes a real thing. I really should do that. Nothing. I really should start trying to get into that routine of doing everything on a Monday. 100 wisp spent and all I got was a free Saga Invit bracelet. That's the scam right there. I say that's not a scam. I say that's just RNG. Is what it is. Keep grinding. But that's how every ARPG is, right, Ava? Lewis, thanks, man. Which build? This build. Then only does dailies and events. What's very repetitive, and be honest, those events, if you have all the essence, etc., most of the time are useless. Yeah. But if you're used to playing ARPGs, the grind when it comes to getting gear is what it is, right? It's just RNG. Eventually you'll get what you want, but sometimes it will take you longer than others. Part of the game we play. The only events that are really worth doing, nothing, is events that give you gems and events that give you, as in normal gems, and events that give you free crests. They're the only real worthy ones, right? I mean, you could say the ones that give you mystery legendary item, you know, maybe. Oh, but they could with certain items, Ava. They could make it so, like I said, with the my ancient helm idea, if they'd have made that, say, unique, and you, instead of having just one piece of gear that, you know, you could craft as unique, or any gear you wanted, so helm, chest, shoulders, legs, and weapon and offhand, right? If they made it so you could craft any of those as unique, which had like a really strong unique essence for your class, and you can craft that at, say, normal difficulty, right? At the normal difficulty. As long as you've got the resources to craft it, whatever that craft and resource would be, you can craft that in normal. And then for that one particular item, you could then upgrade the item into Hell 1 by using a crafting material. And then that same item, you just upgrade it into Hell 2 and progressively get it stronger. That would be a sense of progression on certain items, right? With a fixes available on them as well. Yeah, 100%. I think class affixes should be everywhere now. I don't mind drop rates being completely like atrocious. I'm fine with drop rates being really shit. I would say it will probably be a defensive gem. Is my thought process. One of the biggest things in the game that needs an update, though, guys, without a shadow of a doubt, is the charm system, right? The charm system is just flawed. But we've all got to agree on one thing: the game is still really, really good. We all love this game, even though we rant and rave about it. We all plow enough hours into it to say that this is a good game. Even with all the flaws on monetization and all of the grinding we have to do when it comes to the weekly bullshit, you know, the repeated events, nothing new coming to the game very often, you know, it's still a good game because it keeps us all hooked. And it gets new players like all of the time. All of the time. Much better than other pay-to-win mobile games that you played, yeah, 100%. There's only a couple of games that I've ever played that's got me like to the point where I'll play it for years on end, and that is other Diablo games and WoW. Like, they're the only other games that I've played for extended periods of time and been dedicated to them games. I probably would if they would have done it with a similar sort of, you know, clan-based system in the game where you had wars. And the trouble is that doesn't work necessarily with seasonal games, right? Where this game doesn't have seasons, does it? It's just a repeated grind. Where Diablo 4, like Diablo 3, had seasons, which, you know, you start a season, the last 2 weeks, a new season then comes every, say, 6 to 8 weeks, maybe 12 weeks. Next year I'm going to be looking for other games to potentially cover on my second channel, not as like mainstream as I do with Diablo, but I want to see how it goes with, you know, running 2 channels, one that I'm super dedicated to, like this one, and then one that I maybe do a video every week, one a video maybe, and this one hopefully get to 3 videos a week. We'll see. Coming from vanilla WoW days, yeah, I mean, seasonal games are really kind of weird to get used to, but they do give you that break. So you blast it for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then after that you have like a 3-week break playing something else, and then you go back. You get into that routine of doing it. So then you feel like you can play some other games. Whereas a game like WoW and Immortal, you have that FOMO, right? Path of Exile 2 takes my soul because the witch as a Necro is a Necro, but seasonal, so I skip it now. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't like the seasonal kind of stuff. The content I want to cover on my second channel won't be stuff that's like this, though. I think I'm going to class my second channel as more like a playground to start with. Where I can just go in and be like testing some certain games out and just seeing what works and what doesn't. And I think as a new creator, that's probably a good idea to do it that way. And have this as my main game on its main channel. But there's a lot of other games out there I'd like to play and like to get into. But the FOMO of missing out, especially like missing things in this game where it comes to weekly grinds. Yeah, exactly, A-Train. Yeah, that is exactly the right enough. And like, you know, same with D3 when I played D3 for years. You know, every like month your character that you've just blasted and dedicated like a whole month to just goes to the trash basically. That's me done. Not bad. Yeah, I like my character getting stronger and stronger and having the same character. Like, I like how Immortal's done it. You quit the game for a year before. The catcher mechanic is pretty good. Yeah, I think the catcher mechanic is good now. Starkwood, really? Ugh. I quit when D4 first came out for about 2 months, 3 months maybe. Do I ever get any good runes from Airband? I hardly ever get any good runes from anywhere, mate. I've done 2. Woo. Did them on Monday, I remember. I started the week off strong by doing 2. I was going to do 2 Monday, a couple Tuesday. Didn't work out that way, guys. A pay to grow bundle? Man, I'd like to see more information on that. That sounds amazing. Can you imagine if they had it on the West? That'd be amazing. A pay to grow bundle. I have in mind, like in my mind, a pay to grow bundle would be like a subscription based service in Diablo Immortal where you pay like £50 a month maybe, and you get like 100 crests a month for that. You get like a couple of thousand orbs maybe every month for that. Some other things, cosmetics, normal gems, maybe you get a few hundred of each extra per month, you know, for 50 quid subscription. Oh, I remember seeing something about that. That's kind of cool. I knew their mirror event is 24 hours. Can you imagine having a 24? That would be deadly in the West. People would get into tremendous debt.
That requires a corpse. Corpses are mine.
24-hour mirror event would be dangerous over on this side of the planet. Really would. Can you imagine? Oh, it'd be just disgusting. Immortal isn't really big in China. This is why they have more relaxed attitude towards bot farming and the extended times for events. Chinese players will spend, but only if they like the game. I always got the impression that it was like huge. Not really ever seen any proper true like figures to show how many players are actually playing just in China, right? Isn't there talks about that coming back though? Because they're starting to like mend bridges, right? I'm sure I read something a few weeks ago where they talked about potentially some games going back to China.
That requires a corpse. Fear not. I need a corpse for that. Your grave.
But at the start of the game, they had it all together, didn't they? Even in China, from what I'd seen, because there was images like going around the internet once they had that kind of disagreement between Blizzard and NetEase, of the office being closed, right? However, that all panned out. So when the Blizzard offices ended up closing in China.
Without a corpse, I cannot.
Oh, really? See, I didn't know that. That was news to me. But then I suppose I didn't really pay that much attention. I was just more interested in playing the game. If the game is good, doesn't bother me.
I must wait, it seems. Without a corpse, I cannot.
I'm doing very well there, Hyped Up Cat. How are you?
I need a corpse for that.
Welcome on in.
Death is inevitable. Without a corpse,
Although I hate doing TRs in Darkwood, right?
I need a corpse for that.
Same old. Glad you're doing okay though. We've just been having a very chilled Sunday stream, just chatting about loads of aspects of the game, as you do. I may do it at some point soon. Nothing. Maybe Druid. Yeah, I think it'd be Druid. Collect the essences for it. We're just really waiting now, aren't we, for the big for a big update. So we're really waiting on it at this moment in time. There's not really too much going on. Wizard? I haven't collected any essences on Wizard though. At all. The grind is real. TK, how's it going? I'm up late. Probably going to be on a little bit later than I normally would be when it comes to the stream. Want to get these finished. I got a very early morning as well because I got my new boiler being delivered tomorrow morning. Ready for the work to be done later on tomorrow morning. Playing Necro since the last 2 times event. Got your PvP build with mage ones. Doing better than Wraith build, to be honest. Nice. Glad it's working out. At lower ratings, the builds are you can pretty much get away with anything when it comes to PvP. I say anything within reason. The dot builds are really good, really strong at the moment, and lower rating PvP. As soon as you get above 3,500 rating legend, Necros have a hard time unless you're really high, like stat wise. I see people talking about it, DK, but I haven't tested it myself yet. Really? I have to have a look into it and give it a test. I've tried the purge build, Necro purge build, like using the cryptic legs for purging beneficial effects. I didn't really like it. It feels smooth to play, but you have to be so precise with the dark curse. It's just impossible. Especially at high rating. I don't know what you're rolling at the moment, DK. I haven't looked, but I'm rolling at like 4,100 rating, and it just feels impossible some matches. Even as a dot necro, the dot necro, support necro, you know, you get into that sort of level, and it's just fucking difficult. But in my mind, Necros below 3,500 rating legend, I would say they're like A tier. Using a dot build. Necros above 3,500 rating, I would instantly drop them down to like D tier. He was getting ready to sleep. Took a quick shower and then you wide awake. Yeah. My sleep is pretty bad anyway, most of the time. If I go and lay down, most of the time I find it very difficult to get to sleep. You just look for the most annoying build ever. I mean, like, some of the old annoying builds were good, but they're just not viable now because there's so many, like a wall necro. People can just get past walls. Doesn't matter. Tank necro. Druids will just destroy you. You destroy everything about your tank necro. because we don't have enough shields. And other builds have lots of shields. I think even full tank has some issues though, man, because there's just not like the full tank build is good, but you just can't have enough defenses when it comes to beating some of the things that are out there at this moment in time. We get melted down. You tested the Wrath Pants essence becoming Parasite, which was fun. It is a bit of a niche build, isn't it? It's fun, but it's a different sort of play style. I just don't think it's very effective. How many am I at? 78. I've got to do some dungeons as well for today. I'll have it crafted in what, a couple of weeks. But then it'll be terrible. What CR does it have? Like, what's mine? It's 2659. What? How much CR does it go up? Like a couple hundred? Man, it's like 100. It's not too bad, I suppose. Is it 100? We say 2750, 2759. So you get an extra 100. I suppose. It doesn't seem very much though, does it? Come on, that doesn't seem very much. More would have been nice, considering it's ancient and you've had to save up for weeks for it, right? It just doesn't feel very rewarding after saving up for weeks. Like you have to save 4 weeks for 4 weeks just to be able to afford it. I can't say that I'm hyped to craft it. Like I couldn't really care less if I craft it or not. To me, it should have had like your i9, your i8 helm should have i9 stats. Then it would feel worthy. If we're just going to talk about raw stats. Which ancient helm for PvP? Just helps with CR. Yeah, it does help with CR a little bit, I must say. What ancient helm for PvP for a Necro? I think, yeah, Grave Runner. 100% for PvP. Trouble is, you got to look at it like this. Why you can't change the magic affix in it? Yeah. You gotta look at it like this for them helms though. Do you mostly do PvP or do you mostly do PvE? If you play the game 90% PvE, then craft Horde Splitter. If you play BGs every day, every time it's up, and you play hours and hours and hours, then craft Grave Runner. That's how I would look at it. For instance, I use the evasion one if I go with a depends on if you've been lucky enough to be able to craft. The trouble is you're not even ever going to be lucky enough to craft two, right? I suppose you could. 4 weeks per craft, isn't it, roughly? So you could craft two in the same period and possibly get one to drop. It's too good to miss out on, right? Like you just look at it. You just look at it. It's just damage while moving, beneficial effect, crit hit. That's just too good. Would be nice if they just let it cost half the cost it does now. So we could just craft whatever we wanted. What don't you get about it, Dark? What don't you understand about the dot build? Like how it works, they're cruising and not actually attacking players. Yeah, pretty much. Like in the dot build, I can still explain it on this, even though I haven't got any mages. So let's pretend I've got my mages. I'm running my dot build. We're doing Battlegrounds. All I'm going to be doing is making sure I've got my scythe up and my mages up, and then I'm just going to attack stuff, and then they will just be dotted up like they are now. And eventually, if they don't get away from me and kind of the dots don't run out, they will die, and Grace will hopefully stop them from healing and kill them anyway. Grace will proc when you've got 4-piece Grace. It will proc on every dot. And that can also refresh dots. So ideally, you want to get a group of people to stay on the idol. You just put everything up. Mages, Grim Scythe, and then you put your bone armor up, and then you go straight in. Dot them all up, then get out of the way. If you've been damaged, you heal up, and then you do repeat. Keep repeating the same thing. The issue we have at the moment, depending on what rating you are, is that there's a lot of shield classes out there at the moment, just running shield upon shield upon shield, which then makes it a little bit more difficult for Necros when they're playing a dot build. But if you're under 3,500 BG rating, then you should be fine. Yeah, your damage over time, like your legs is a dot that you use in this, the hemorrhage legs. Then any gem that you're using that's got a dot on it would also apply from any one of your attacks. So whether that be your mage's attack or whether that be your grim scythe that does the attack, it will apply them dots. And you want around about 5 dots that you're applying. 5 or more, which normally you can do fairly easily, even as a lower spender. And then it's just about surviving. You apply the dots, you dash out, you then heal up, you reapply your bone armor, reapply your lancer or your grim scythe, and your mages, and then you do the same again. The gems you really want, yeah, you want something that's got a mixture. So the gems you want in your actual gear will be things like Everlasting Torment. You'll want Viper's Bite. You could use, if you've got a high level Seeping Bar, you could use that. You also want to have a Roiling Consequence because that's got a dot effect to it. Blood Flow has got a dot effect to it. Rend. You then want to use the Hemorrhage Legs, which applies a dot when you use Grim Scythe to the target. So that will give you plenty of dots to go with. And then you want to go with like Pain Class because that increases the amount of damage your continuous damage effects does. You'll then want to take Misery Elixir because that will increase the duration of them dots. Same when you've got your set pieces. So your set pieces, you'll want to have Vifus because that will increase your beneficial effects, 2-piece. So like the fact of your bone armor and say your Wraithform, you want to be, have them defenses up as much as you can. But then you want to use 2-piece Barons because that increases the actual effect of them dots, right? It increases the duration. Barons is right. Is Barons duration? I mean, Lashed, I wouldn't recommend taking Lashed in the dot build. It doesn't help. No, you're right. I wouldn't take Lashed though. I would take Atrophied and or Detest. Is it Detested? Atrophied would be better. Look at it like this, look. When you deal continuous damage to an enemy, a dark field appears under them, dealing 24% damage every 6 seconds to any enemy that remains in the area. Additionally, their movement speed to enemies of the dark field is reduced by 60% for 3 seconds. This is good. This is good. Atrophied is huge. This is a huge field. That field covers a lane. That covers the width of the lane. It's Detested, that's a small one. It's this one. This one. This one's a small one. Look at that. That's the Atrophied one. That's huge. Not the other way, no. Pretty sure it's not the other way, right? I'm not confusing that myself. Yeah, because this one is beneath you. Create a dark void beneath you that lasts 6 seconds when you use a skill that causes a loss of controller. So this one's not really worth it. This one you could swap to pretty much anything you want. Anything you want. But the other one I think is a necessary one in a dot build. I mean, Lash would be good if you could sit there and you could like hard cast some of your primary. But it's not very often we actually get to pull that off. I think I'm on like 3 Blessed Rains at the moment. We didn't get vigils this week because we've had some kind of we've had some shakeups in the clan, so we've been recruiting. Whereas when people leave, group of people leave, that all play together. So we've been doing some more recruiting. So we didn't hit vigils this week, which is a shame. It was the first week in, I don't know, it's the first time in months and months and months. That we haven't like done vigils. Normally we do all 3. You was trying Druid in PvP, but it feels squishy. Oh man. What build was you using? The new build? What people have been posting about? I think we're gonna have to swap the Druid at some point. It could even be this week. But I don't think there's any Necro builds that I need to do at the moment to put out when it comes to build guides. And I can still do my new player guides for my Druid. So I haven't got to worry about that. I mean, I've got all of them apart from the new essences, so Druid would be the good option for me to go to just finish up getting all the essences now. And then once we get the double stuff, then I will just do another class in the future, because that's always going to come up. By the end of the year, I want to have a lot more. I want to have at least another 2 more classes done. What classes do I want to get done before the end of the year? Ooh, well, other than obviously the Druid, because I've obviously just got, what, 12 essences to collect. I don't know what I'd want to play after that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Druid hype? Yeah, Druid hype. Well, we're getting to the point where we've tried everything new on Necro, right? We've had a new dot build. Demon Hunter, I've never really liked the Demon Hunter classer, man. It's never been my playstyle. But, I mean, if I want to get all classes done, I'll have to go there at some point, right? I think Crusader I'd like to do. That's not bad, bloody day. Not bad at all. I want to obviously do classes that make sense for the gems that I'm using, right? So when it comes to like single target and all of that, I haven't got like a gloom class. I haven't got anything like that. So I have to consider the gems I've got. And I think I'm not sure yet what I want to go next after Druid. Maybe Barb. Yeah, maybe Barb. Wolf is very flexible with gems. So I expected it would be. No, I've seen there's been a lot of issues with Crusader. I definitely wouldn't go Crusader at this moment in time. I did see you was on the stream. I didn't comment, but I was lurking. I don't think there'll be a Druid nerf. I say I don't think there'll be a Druid nerf. I think if anything is going to get nerfed, it'll be Ravens. But I could also see some changes coming to shield, right? To shields. I could see them doing something to shields eventually. to just kill the shield meta. Not completely, but just make it so it's like balanced. But that druid healing in PvP is OP. Meh. I think as many people have pointed out, the Ravens is just broken at the moment. They won't nerf druid too much. That's the thing, because it's the newest class. They won't do too many changes on it. They will make tweaks. But I think you won't see a massive nerf come to druids at this moment in time. Demon Hunters, on the other hand, yeah, but that's how druids are supposed to be. Demon Hunters, I could see getting a slight nerf somehow, just simply because like they can do a shit ton of damage and be in iframes and not obviously take any damage due to that iframe, and you'll be dead in the same period of time. Like, that just seems super OP, right? And I know Demon Hunters are just like a pure, you know, should be able to zerg you down very quickly, but the actual extent of them not being able to take any damage, should that be the case? Perhaps not. But we'll see. Be interesting to see what comes up in possibly the big update whenever it hits. Yeah, definitely Ravens is the issue. But Barbs with Lifesteal Essence and Undying Rage are even more OP. Not really. Barbs can be dealt with. What skill is Ravens? It's literally Ravens. I know that sounds really like an answer not being answered, but it is literally Ravens. But again, Barbs should be able to, I wouldn't say one-shot you, but Barbs should be able to kill you relatively easy, because they are primarily a damage class, right? They are, that's what they are. Like, if Barbs couldn't go in and just go bleh, and you die, it would feel weird, right? Because a barbarian, when you imagine a barbarian, you think of, you know, a real badass warrior that can just come over and just literally zerg you down in a couple of seconds flat. And that's where you have to think about your build and your defensives and how you kind of match yourself against that. Like, the thing with Barbs is they can be kited very easily. You can kite them very easily. There's a Necro. The classes you can't kite are Demon Hunters. You can't kite them. Monks. You know, wizards. You can't really kite a wizard if they're using the right spells, right? The right like skills. But a barb and crusaders, you can probably kite a crusader fairly easily. They're fairly slow. Oh, that reduce. Yeah, it's just a pure counter to Necro dot damage. When you play against Druid versus Barb, you don't stand a chance. Well, you could probably, if you play it correctly, out heal the damage eventually by the Barb if you can kite them enough. Is a Druid. Don't get me wrong, if you're playing against a good Barb, no matter what, you're just gonna get wrecked. Good night, mate. Take care, DK. How many are we at? We're at 7. Maybe I'll do one more, then we'll do the dungeons. How many Terror Essences have I got now, anyway? 90. Not too bad. For which bloody? For the Ravens on Druid, I'm not sure. 3 AM in Turkey night. Thanks for popping in, Hype. Take care. Have a good sleep, mate. There we go. It's the main hand. I couldn't tell you. I haven't looked at the Druid essences for ages. I can ask you this while you're on here, though, Spears. What class affixes do you need for the wolf build? Yeah, PvP. Thinking about PvP, yeah. There are 3 versions of Wolf: Rabid Might, Oak with Healing, Oak with Damage. Okay. Oak healing feels like the sweet spot. Nice. If you want to go, of my opinion, then go with Circle of Life as a priority, then Oak Sage, Werewolf for the affixes. Okay. I better make a note of that, so I know. So we're saying Oak Sage first. And then, oh no, Circle of Life first, sorry. Circle first. Then Oak Sage. And then anything to do with Werewolf. Okay, okay. Yeah. But that's a wizard for you. Wizard are a pure damage class, really, aren't they? If you think about it. And that goes again to say what I said before about pure damage builds. They should be able to do big amounts of damage. It's about how you avoid that damage. Prepare for that damage. Anticipate that damage. When it comes to building a build to use against them. On the last one. Nice. Four mount, 2 glue. Ah, that's easy to do. 4 mount, 2 gloom, 2 viff. I take it that's what the other bit would be. Yeah, standard, yeah. As expected. Just playing with 4-piece mount, 4-piece viff. I mean, certain builds that would work. Why is it set to that? Bullshit. Couple of these, and then we'll leave it there since it is 1 AM already. But Druid have so much sustaining shields, heals, so much jumps, pretty good. Druids are very good. Hey, Spirits Nora, you two appreciate this. I was informed by YouTube today that my account hit 50,000 watch hours. 50,000 watch hours. That's insane. Absolutely insane to think about that sort of number, right? 50,000 watch hours. That people have watched me for since I've been making content. 50,000. Should hit 1 million views, my first 1 million views by the end of the year, easily. I did watch some of that video. I see it pop up and I was like, who are they playing with? Yeah. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. Who they all are, the regulars that were in Entropy. It's your most edited video. Oh, really? You get used to doing the editing. You're enjoying wizard mode, so much builds which are so funny and also good for DPS and support in PvP and raids. I suppose, yeah, I can see that. It was fun though. That's the main thing. As long as you had fun editing it. I do more edits in mine more recently because I've been just I suppose diving into the videos a little bit more and just going and ranting and doing it, and then going, right, I'll edit it all out what I need to at the end, more so than what I normally like to. Trying to get rid of some of that anxiety of like what the video should be about and how it should be I suppose done, and just doing it instead of just sitting there contemplating how it should be done instead of actually recording it. Still go through all them motions even after doing it for all these months. My mind's always kind of thinking about content now, so it's very much a creator mind I have now. It was 5 a.m. when you finished it. Wow. Hopefully my video on Tuesday for new players does well. I say do well. I know they're not going to do as well. I even say this in my latest video that's up for members already. I know the new player guides won't do as well as like my build videos, but I don't care. I want to put that out there for people that are coming to the game. 50 minutes till reset. Yep. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's going to be there on my channel. We can guide people to it, and hopefully them guys will give people some good information now starting the game. It's not always about like, I know YouTube is about the views, is about the subs, is about all of that, but for me, it's just about providing the help at this moment in time and getting the content out there to give people that help. And then my other videos will do the rest. And it gives me a practice at making them sorts of videos as well. Because most of my videos have all been like, I'd say 60 to 70% of them have been build guides. Spirit still loves covering the druid stuff. I don't see much point in me making a Wiz or Satyr build video when the build hasn't changed in ages. I mean, I can totally understand that mindset. I think when it comes to the YouTube thing, I always used to think that with Necro, like, well, people have already covered the builds, yada yada yada, but I just got on and done it, and it worked. And I even think now, like, well, do I need to play other classes because people have already covered it? Well, I think, well, yeah, I should do it, because even though people have already covered it, I could then make the builds on my channel and say, oh, this build come from such and such, and help promote their channel as well as my channel. So there's always a win-win situation, right? Or I might see something different that someone else didn't see and think about a different, like a little bit of an update to that build, maybe. You wish you'd recorded the latest BG map I was in. Our team had bigger wings, but not the class. Yeah, sometimes that's how it pans out. You know, look at the new player builds that I'm doing, new player guides that I'm doing now. Like, if you go and search some of the search on YouTube, you'll see that there was like DM when the game first came out. Even Echo, you know, even more recently, I think Echo did like an awakening guide about 9 months ago, which is relatively new. But that guide had probably been done multiple times in the past by others, and probably by himself as well. But he's maybe just updated it to make it a newer date, right? And that's what I'm doing with my guides. My next one, I think, is going to be normal gems. I think. And what people like a new player should do to focus on getting normal gems. Be a quick video, maybe 8 minutes. I know it won't get thousands and thousands of views, but it'll be one that is used over time. Nor is a trader. Because she's a satyr at the moment. Such a trader. Yeah, I see. What's my stats look like? You've come in at the right time because I'm about to end. What build do you want to see my stats in though? Like in this farm build. In this farm build, my stats are like this. So I've got like more armor pen because I want more armor pen in this build. If I switch loadout and go to like, I say in dungeons. In dungeons, I would actually prefer a bit more potency. But in my PvP build, my stats will change a little bit. I say that. Yeah, they did. And I got a little bit less reso. But my crit hit chance is always going to be quite high. Same with my damage, because that's where I focus on. That's crazy damage. We need more charges on gem splitting. I actually capped that out as well. I didn't expect to cap today. What have I not got in the shop today? Oh, this. Go collect this. I suppose it is quite crazy damage. Depends on how new you are to the game. Like playing for 3 years to me and most of us that's been playing for that long, It's kind of about right. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Gem splitting, reforged stones, and scraps, please. Yeah. Reforged stones is always going to be an argument. I've got none. I don't think I've got any at this moment in time. No. Rip. None. But I think the first thing we need to talk about when it comes to talking to Blizzard is to do with armor, right? And getting it reworded in the correct way, how it should be, and clarifying about whether it's just from melee attacks or whether it's from all attacks or anything. I'll watch the videos tomorrow for Moroth and VK again. I want to clarify all of this. But it's just confusing. Like, it's just too confusing. Like, it should just be like a matter of simply saying on here, armor is only for melee attacks blocked. You can't block damage from spells. Maybe. Whatever it means. Who the fuck knows? Or identify all that crap tomorrow. But guys, that is the end of the stream. It's been a blast. We've been going for 4 hours today. So not a bad stream at all. We'll be streaming again on Wednesday. We've got video coming out on Tuesday. Probably a video coming out on Thursday, maybe Friday, depending on how it goes. I've got some things going on at the beginning of the part of this week. But it's been a blast. Thank you very much. Good luck with the border tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it all goes to plan. The border is arriving at like 7:30 in the morning. And then I think the guys are coming to fit it between, you know, I think they might arrive by about 9 o'clock. So it's going to be an early morning, late night, early morning. But GG guys, have a good rest of your day, rest of your evening, wherever you are. And we will see you in the week. Take care guys.